evening all. Trust we're all doing well. You'll have to forgive me today, I'm losing my voice a little bit. I've been recording videos straight for the past like 3 days. It's been brutal. Plus I seem to have given myself pink eye in the shower. I got shampoo in my eye and now I can't see. So it's all going well. And yes, we're doing more Caravella Class today. Reason being is that we haven't really got anything to show on stream at the moment on Wednesdays because I'm working on the video pretty much constantly. And when I'm not working on the video, we'll be doing VR, and I can't really stream that very well. So yeah, it makes sense just to work on the Caravella Class. Oh, happy birthday, David. 47. Wow, you've got a year on me. I'm 46. Yeah, getting older sucks. Shh, don't tell everyone. Yeah, you're probably right, actually, Ethan. We'll have to give it a try. It's more about the logistics of it. Plus, then I'd have to hoover. Yeah, anyway. So here's where we're up to on the video. We're up to 27 minutes now. I was planning to do a 20-minute video, but I went through basically all the new sensor stuff, and I wanted to do it rather than just saying like we did this and we did this as bullet points. I wanted to actually demonstrate the process for the new sensors and how they're supposed to be used in game, and like what the actual functional point of them is. So hopefully that comes across in the video. But it means we are now up to 27 minutes, and I've still got to do the bridge NPCs bit, which hopefully won't take that much longer, really. I mean, it's just a case of demoing the holo display and clicking on some NPCs, so maybe a couple of minutes for that. And then the outro, so I think we're practically there. I mean, doing the sensors was obviously the big bit. So I reckon maybe another 3 minutes of footage to do, maybe round it off at half an hour. But yeah, I hate recording videos. Like, I've never liked recording videos, and it's just so time consuming. The recording, the finding the footage, and then redoing some voiceovers, and then editing it. Oh, I don't know how streamers and proper content creators do it. It's yeah, it would drive me mad if that was my day job. Anyway, that aside, here be the Caravella class. So the only thing I did after the stream on Sunday is I added just a measuring scale so that I could split it into discrete segments. Obviously, if we were building this ship for real, then it would be split into logical segments, and those segments would be built in isolation, and then they would be welded together in situ to form a full vessel. So we're taking a similar approach. So like the nose cone and the bridge occupies this segment, and then the VIP quarters occupy that segment, and so on and so on and so on. There's a few caveats to that, like this bit, but we'll deal with them. And I've moved the doors for these quarters into the corridor rather than facing out onto the stairwell, because that felt a bit weird. So that makes that a little bit better. I'm going to extend the shuttle bay another 6 meters, because then again with these logical segments, if I extend the shuttle bay, then we are fitting exactly into these segments, and it also makes the grand stairwell like literally dead center of the ship. So the center of mass, or at least the geometric center of the ship, is in the middle of the stairwell, which I think is kind of a nice point to base everything around. Yeah, and having segments like this also works for the logical addressing of the ship, because we can tie frame numbers into these segments as well, just to make life even easier. Yeah, so on Sunday's stream, obviously we got the stairwell kind of roughed in as to where we wanted it. We jiggled a few quarters around just to put more crew quarters on here and to give us some space for some science labs underneath. And yeah, so tonight's job is, I guess, to try and add some shape to it, because right now it's very much a grid-based boxy design, and obviously the finished ship isn't going to be boxy like this. It's going to have smooth curves and smooth edges. So it's now we need to start adding the outline. That's going to be the tricky bit. So I'm not going to like fuss over where the ring is currently or how far the engines stick out currently. I'm going to do the interior shape and then size the ring and the engines based on that. So I suspect, looking at this, that the ring might actually grow ever so slightly, but we shall see once we start giving it a bit of a curve. So I think we're probably at the point where we could start deleting some of these little grid bits. Apart from maybe those ones. I am trying to stick to the grid as much as I can, just for making life a little bit easier, but we don't need to do so exclusively. I want to go for kind of an arrowhead look, but we have extended the hull shape a fair bit since then, so let's see whether we can move some of these bits around. So if we line up the flat bit with here, find the midpoint. Oh. So we're going to have the access corridors for the engines coming out of the engineering stairwell at the back here. So it kind of makes sense to treat that as the center line for the engines. Oh, Baxis, wow, thank you. Much support from India, wow. I think you're probably the first person from India I've seen join the community. Apologies to any others that just haven't made themselves aware, but welcome. That IGN video was terrible. That was like, I recorded that on just like a Logitech headset, not a proper microphone, and then all you can hear is just like lip noises all the way through it. It's cringe, proper cringe. I hate it, and I hate that it's now like out there in the wild on IGN. That's actually what inspired me to buy this microphone, because it's so cringe. One of the commenters in the video comments said, "I can feel your lips in my spine." That's how bad it is. But thank you, very much appreciated. Hopefully this microphone is not quite so bad. So it probably makes sense, actually, thinking on it, that we should probably line up the flat bit with the actual grid layout that we have. So that one's going to be in the middle there. So that's 3.5, which means that one needs to go there. Because we'll probably have it so that the outer hull is flat, in line with the engines on this bit where the ring is, and then the curve goes either side of that. Probably going to make life easier for attaching things if I do it that way. And then let's just make that a component a minute. And then we can edit it in isolation. Right, yeah, so we'll make that our absolute limit there. And then also there. Not sure why it's all the way up there though. So that can go, and then this one can extend outward. I'm going to redraw that line as a solid line so that we can extract the midpoint of it more easily. That's the middle there. Okay, so how wide does it need to be? It doesn't matter if we cut off the corner of this and the corner of this. That's perfectly fine. We can live with that. We might not actually need to, but let's see. Okay, so if we use that as a rough guide as to the curve of the nose. And then what we want to do is turn that more into sort of an S shape. Maybe something like that. Yeah, so if we line that curve up with the nose cone segment, then at least that's like a discrete chunk. So we're going from there to there to there. So that would be the shape of the nose, and then we'd have obviously windows going all the way around, because this will have more of a cockpit design than a bridge per se. And then we'll kind of S curve that a little bit, which we can do on this side now. Kind of like we take the midpoint of that to there. So from there to there, there, no, the other way around. There and there. Oops, started too soon. There to there. Yeah, I think having it flat across there isn't working. So let's get rid of these a minute. Make sure that is solid, which it is. Also going to move the axes point because they're in the way. So that would give us our smoothest curve. So if we were to do that, then basically we end up with that. Which isn't terrible, but I was hoping for something a little bit more shapely than that. Draw some markers. So we can get rid of these. Actually, I think these markers are in the wrong place because we actually need to measure from there. That's where the end of the curve is. So we don't want to measure to the midline there because we're over a little bit too far, which would result in an uneven curve. Right, so that's like the ground truth curve there. And then we kind of want to go something like that, but I kind of want it to come in more at that end. Unless we do two curves, of course. Because if we do that, because that gives us a ground truth curve there. And then we do another one there. Actually, if we're going to do that, we need that line back. 3.5, 3.5. So if we did from there to there to there, and then from there to there, and then in the middle there, which means we need our midpoint. Gives us something more like that. Missing a bit somewhere. Yeah, that gives us more of that shape, which is more what I had in mind. And then the pylons there kind of can follow that curve around as they join to the hull. Okay, so then we can use the bits at the side there for our fuel tanks for the RCS. And then these can come down at an angle for windows. And the same across here. Yeah, and then we're not chopping off a huge amount of these corners then. Okay, and then the next bit is to sort the top piece out. So let's I quite like the shape that we had already there, so if we just roll with it and use that one. I'll try and keep it true to our grid lines. So we want one there. That should be exactly on the line. Yeah. Perfect. I'll try and unsuppository it as much as possible. That'll have more of a curve to it at the back. See, I didn't want the curve to be just a plain old curve. I wanted it to have a little bit of something to it. The other thing we could possibly do is have a little bit jutting out there for like the RCS and stuff, which is probably what I will do. So it might have a small winglet at the front, or a barb, if you want to put it that way. So it's more of a barbed suppository. Most certainly is. So what I'm going to do with these pieces is I'm going to define kind of the rough hull shape, and then I'll start using subdivision to smooth it all off and give us something a little bit nicer. I have to do this here, otherwise SketchUp don't like it. Oops. Okay. I think the base measurement is 108 at the moment, if I remember rightly. Yeah, 108 meters. So we need a 3-meter antenna. So ideally, that needs to kind of be 9.6 centimeters lower. But, I'm sure it doesn't matter too much. I'm going to chop that in half a minute. So they should be a mirror image. So get rid of that. Yeah, that needs extending outward. Ooh, it needs extending outward a lot actually. So that needs to go in line with that. Yeah, and that one needs to line up with that one. Gives us our section there. Sure why that's there, it should be over there. Or should it? Actually, no, that's right, isn't it? That should be over there. Which means so should that. Okay, so this is for the nose cone bit. And the temptation is just to do that, basically. I think we'll leave it at that for now. Although, no, We can't do that, can we? Because we need to take the curve from that. So it started off life as a giant space penis, so we're getting tamer over time. So Zephyr, so this ship is lore-wise basically a competitor to the Magellan. It's way smaller. It's tiny. It can fly between the bridge dome and the underside of the ring of the Magellan, so it easily fits in that gap. It's built by a private corporation, and it's out there to basically find alien tech and new mineral resources to enable the shipbuilder to build better ships. And the FTL tech is essentially a corporate espionage version of the Magellan's tech. So they've stolen the Magellan's tech, basically. Although they were a contractor on the construction of the Magellan, so that's how they got a hold of it all. I was going to make that flush with there, but I don't think we necessarily need to. That can actually be a sloping window, maybe. Again, because we want to try and keep it as organic as we can. And with with places like this, the upper hull is going to be 50 centimeters up, so it's kind of there. So that's almost exactly where it needs to be. Basically, so as much as this will have the same kind of capabilities in terms of an ability to perform science, this has like a split. Well, it's going to be one science lab split into multiple stations, whereas the Magellan obviously has an entire deck dedicated to science. So this ship has around about 14 crew members versus the Magellan's 200. So it's like a really compact version of the Magellan. It's nowhere near as capable, but capable enough to perform its mission profile, which is to be a quick, nimble scout ship that can find resources potentially ahead of the Magellan and radio it back to the corporation to say, right, we found something, send the bigger ships, and stake a claim before the UN does. I would say they were made in parallel, so I would say no more than a year or two difference between these two ships. They came out at roughly the same time. Again, Lunara Industries, which is the company making this, worked on the Magellan, so they were building this at the same time in secret, basically. Yeah, she'll have the similar weapons, so rail guns and beam lasers. not as capable as the Magellan. Obviously, they're much smaller weapons. They won't be quite as effective. So that's our 50 centimeter line there. So that's like the ceiling. So it can't be any lower than that. And then that would be there on that one. So we need it to taper down, but not to the point where we're chopping off a room. Because if we stick a dude in there, we are we're already below head height. Which would mean which would mean having to go down from there. So that's basically ceiling level. And we could probably come down an extra 50 and just have that be just have a window that you're banging your head on, basically, there. So if we were to do that, then let's get rid of that a minute. Okay, so the lowest point the ceiling can be is there. If we're keeping our thickness of the outer hull. So if we were to start drawing it down from there, obviously we've already got that bit there, so oops. So the minimum height for the bridge can be that. And then the minimum height for entrance corridor is that. So essentially, it cannot exceed that. Okay, so that clears that point there, and clears that point there. Fix the fact it doesn't complete in a sec. There. SketchUp being SketchUp. Yeah, so that means that this becomes a flat roof, which means we can add a dome or something on it easily. And then yeah, then that should taper down to the front, which makes it quite chunky still in the midriff, but we'll see. So in order to line these up, we need to create a couple of little guides. I'm hoping this doesn't become too boxy, because you want it to look sleek and agile, just like its namesake. Definitely, yeah, it's definitely got a Battlestar Galactica vibe about it. I'm not hating it though. I think once it's been smoothed off a bit, I think that might actually end up looking quite nice. And we can adjust some of these bits too. Make sure that they're all kind of smoothed. Yeah, so with stations, the way we're going to do that is we'll probably have, because if you imagine something the size of a Magellan docked at a station, we'd want the station to be significantly bigger, but we can't do an entire interior for a station. So I think stations are going to have to be somewhat segmented. Yes, Zephyr. In fact, if I turn it on, there it is. It's going to look a bit like that. And then these sticky out bits here need to be moulded into that hull, which is going to be the challenging bit. Really, that needs to be a separate group. Yeah, so more like that. And then these bits get molded in nicely. And I'll have to rotate them a bit more, I think, just to make them line up perfectly. But yeah, basically that. I actually really like the way these line up with the stairs above and below. That could not have gone more perfectly. So yay for that. Definitely AJ. While someone's flying a little drone through the shuttle. What I could do with this actually, if I grab that. Thought I might have had a cutting plan there, but maybe not. I was just thinking I could line the top sections up with a curve so that it's consistent all the way through. If we look at it like this, we've got like a bit of a higgledy-piggledy edge. If I can just smooth that edge off, it might actually work nicer. But we do have the internal to think about. And the bit I'm most concerned about is this bit at the front, because we need to fit the crew mess and a lounge into this area. So it's going to be a bit of a squeeze. I think it's going to have to be AJ, yeah. Yeah, we could do Arthur. I think, yeah. Well, once we start fleshing that out, we'll have a look. Because what we could do is like a lounge diner type thing. So like a big table there with kitchen appliances either side, and then a nice lounge area and bar at the front. But it just occurred to me actually that we were going to have windows around there. So we actually need the hull to kind of dip down a bit. Same here for the science labs, we were going to have windows. So kind of need... See, if I was to have an angular window there, I suppose it doesn't need to be huge. Yeah, because we could make that into a window, which means we need to break that. So that would have to be something like that then. Actually might look quite nice. Let's get rid of that a minute, make sure we've got our midpoint. Could do, yeah, but I think something like this actually is going to give us a nice bulge. Can't think of any other way of describing it. Because we can potentially do another bit where the bridge is, just to give it a bit more visual consistency. Is what we can do here, because if we've got basically having that come down on a curve, then we've got a window, or at least space for a window that goes all the way around in a curve. So we can curve that off, and then we have the same underneath for the science labs. So you'll have a window that curves underneath. So in the science lab, you'll be able to look down from a window, which will be quite nice. Yes, once we have artificial gravity modelled, it will be as damageable as everything else is. Let's just modify these a minute. Come on. No, come on. There we go. I don't know why I have to hit that 12 times before it works, but there we go. Come on. I think it's just a bit finicky. That is the long-term plan for sure. Once gravity becomes a thing, then yeah, then the cold and dark will have to be done in 0G, and the first thing to do will be to turn the gravity on. Yeah, that's better. Looks like she's already got pew-pews. Yeah, we actually experimented with props on the ship jiggling when they received damage, and it actually worked really well. So the way we did it is if the prop is currently visible by a player, then when the ship receives damage, we just apply an impulse to that prop and it kind of jiggles about or falls off a shelf. But because we were tying it to whether or not a player can see it, it means we weren't having to do it to every prop on the ship, only the ones in view, which should never be very many. So yeah, that should be totally doable. Yeah, I mean, putting the bridge here is, you know, not out of the question in terms of ideas, but the reason we're sticking it at the front is because this is more of a, I don't know, more of a typical aircraft style ship. So the UN ships are more your classic bridge dome on the top kind of design, whereas this is a completely different manufacturer. So we will have many manufacturers of ships in the game, and they'll all have their own visual styles. So that's kind of like the approach that this particular one takes. It's kind of more aircraft, less boat. Yeah, this would totally be detachable. Not a bad idea, really. yeah, I'm liking the shape at the front here. I think having it narrower is definitely working nicer. I think I will break up the symmetry underneath a little bit. It doesn't need to be completely symmetrical up above and below. Yeah, none of the main ships will be landable. They'll all be big vessels built in space, absolutely not designed to be landed, which is why they have shuttles. So, shuttles are there for landing. These things linger in orbit. Okay. Now for the fun bit, I think. Yeah, the reason we can't land the ships is purely for technical reasons. Basically, when you have something as big as this, and perhaps this one we might be able to do it, but the ship contains hundreds, if not thousands, of individual pieces, not to mention all the physics objects and just bits running code. To physically move that in the game world is a technical challenge, because you're having to move potentially thousands of objects all at once, which will cause the game engine to chug to a halt. So the ship interiors are static within the game world, but because they're static, it means they can be as big as we want them to be. Memory load and object count is really the only thing preventing us from making something the size of, I don't know, like the Enterprise D. So we have to, when it comes to surface environments, we have to have the player in something small that doesn't have very many component pieces that we can have flying around with its own physics volume, in a static ground environment, because the ground is static and the ship interior is static. So we need that intermediary thing to go between the two, which is the shuttle. That's what we're using the shuttles for. So the desire to not have these land isn't like a lore reason, it's a technical reason in the game engine. Otherwise we'd probably do them differently so they can land. Certainly something this size. I mean, this size you'd think could practically be able to land if it weren't for the giant ring. But yeah. Can't because game engine. At least for now. We might be able to solve that challenge in the future. Okay. Let's start joining stuff together. Which I think I will, I'll double up the number of segments on this, I think. Because what I'm doing now is basically I'm building the outer skin that we will then subdivide, and we can use that as our sculpt for really refining and tweaking the ship visuals. And then once we know for sure what the outer hull actually looks like, once it's been smoothed off and shaded and everything, then we can start working out, you know, where the windows are going to go and all the rest of it. Because like here's going to be fun, because we have door frames, and given that all of these are the outer hull, so we need to like bring that in by 50. So yeah, so like especially with this one, or any of these to be honest, yeah, so the actual ceiling is there. So we might need to just pull this out ever so slightly, just to make sure that we have the clearance we need to be able to fit a door through that space. Because we don't want to have any issues with the ceiling, then having the ceiling have to cut through there, which makes the edge of the door frame awkward. Actually, on that note, let's grab a copy of that. Get rid of some of these bits we don't need. As per usual, something doesn't line up. There we go. Right, so that's the ceiling clearance we've got. And we'll have that come down in a smooth curve anyway. So yeah, that's perfect there. Decent enough here. That would be a nice smooth window there, which is... Oh. Grab him a minute. Yeah, so in terms of interior ceiling space, where we've got clearance, it's going to be close, but we do have clearance. That's going to be domed anyway. And then that's just a flat ceiling going all the way across, and that all lines up perfect, like what you'd expect if you'd measured it. this thing's going to have quite a menacing profile, actually. You know, with the windows around there and the windows around there. Just having this thing coming at you is going to have a certain amount of intimidation about it. I'll probably bolt the guns on the side here next to the RCS. Right, so with this, we need to basically give ourselves clearance from there. So that's 340. And we may as well just give that a curve. That was an unnecessarily large number of polygons. Yeah, we'll make that a curve. So I've moved the bulkhead back to here so that it lines with the segment spacing, which means that can just be a curve. It doesn't need to be a bulkhead, which is nice. Which gives us more room for curving that round. Oh, thank you, Simon. That's awesome, thank you. I shall make sure I invest in some chocolate for Claire. That's what I spend it all on. Split tea bag. Yeah, to be honest, this curve can be a Bezier curve. So we can actually start it from here because like the minimum corridor width needs to be maintained there. But once we're beyond this point, it can actually just curve around, which means we can probably cut that even more across there. Same with the VIP quarters, actually. We can curve those across and, to be honest, make a shower in the corner maybe. Have like a circular shower and then have that curve around the hull. You guys playing with the top fans thing. Thank you, Zephyr. More chocolate for Claire. It's an interesting conundrum here, actually, because... Oh, stuck in the hull. Like, if we pull these sides out, then we're making the ship wider, which makes it a bit more awkward with the window spacing. But at the same time, we're also giving ourselves more room for more stuff up the top here. Because we were going to make this the hydroponics behind the food stores and such. But if we're pulling that out, technically this can actually be quite a bit bigger. These ones are all right, and it's not until we get into this bit, it's when we bring that curve in there, it's when they all start to mess up. So I'm just wondering whether or not we perhaps make this bit straight as well, and then curve it round. Okay, got an idea. So we copy that to there, which would be 600. Hopefully these are components. Yes, they are. So given that that should be the outer edge of the frame, yeah, because that should be a 5 centimeter gap there. So that's 2 inches between the steel frame and the wall panel. Which means, I guess, technically that needs to come 1 inch that way. That's the width of the metal. So yeah, so the closest this can get is the end of that stick. These ones are fine, obviously, at the back. As we go down the front of the hull here, they start to have a problem. So any of this is only an issue where we have door frames. So yeah, so if I pull this one out, come on, there we go. So say there. No, there. It's the outer edge we're concerned about. So that's 10% wider. That takes care of our clearance problem. Just wondering whether 10% across the board is going to be enough. Certainly not on that one, but could potentially move that a bit. Oh, that went well. Yeah, because I would have to come out like that. Yeah, well, I did toy with the idea of having a central corridor go up the middle, and then have the crew quarters alongside with external windows, which was nice enough because it means all the crew quarters have windows. But we have other rooms like these that can't have a central corridor, and it kind of messes those up. Or see, for deck 2 it's fine because we can just have a central corridor on deck 2. It's not a problem, although the stairs would be in the way. We could probably move them off to one side, perhaps. I'll just have them curve round. Yeah, in fact I would. I'd just have them curve round. That would work. So we could do that here, and then have have windows in these quarters. So for deck 2 it works. For deck 3, obviously we have sick bay, but we could split sick bay. So one side is like a theatre, and the other side is a ward. And just have a corridor down the middle. That's not impossible. And that does actually solve the space problem then. And then we don't need to worry about this bit. And these can stay as they are. Do you guys not have operating theatres? Is that a UK thing? Funnily enough, Arthur, this would actually fix that, because right now we have a fairly long line of sight all the way down there. If we were to keep a central corridor here, then we'd have a split. So then we wouldn't actually have, well, we'd have half the line of sight that we have now. Ah, fascinating. Yeah, they're referred to as operating theatres in the UK. Could do, yeah. Let's just fix those ones that I extended a minute. Yeah, because if we swap that over, it means we get to keep the shape, which would be nice. Seem to have lost a floor somewhere. That one, that one, that one, that one. That's weird. Where'd that go? Actually, we want the big one, don't we? True that. Yeah, so if we did it this way around, then we can have essentially two different aspects to sickbay. So one side can be like the medical officer's office and a couple of ward beds, and then the other side can be the operating theatre and whatever else. Treatment room. Yeah, then you just need to move these over. nowhere near as far, funnily enough. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, basically we're just dealing with accidents and injuries. It's yeah, I don't expect to have to be dealing with any serious illness, just cuts and scrapes, that sort of thing. Okay, so if we were to have something like that, then then we can basically just add windows in there facing downward, which is nice. And we don't have to worry about the crew quarters because they're much smaller than where the windows run. So that's good. Definitely solves that problem. I think we're going 800 that way. Feels right. forgot we need to leave 30 either side of the wall. Gives us our wall panel extent. Then we need another 20 to allow for a gap. Okay. So what was that? That was 220. Oh, is that a full 200? Yeah, so yeah, that's our stairwell basically. Which is easily fittable in there. Yes, of course. So this is one segment. So do away with that. I'll make a corridor instead. So that means we need to go 40 to there, to there. Same on this side. Five for the cavity. 2.5 for the wall. We actually went 5, didn't we? And then I'll curve that nicely when we actually do it in game. So yeah, so this will be a curved section here. And have another curved section here. That will fit all that in nicely. Obviously we've got our bulkhead in the middle. So the bulkheads are equally spaced. Need a door. Okay. Right, so that gives us something like that, basically. And yeah, it breaks up the long visibility runs, which is nice. Which means the maximum view distance aboard the ship is 39.5 meters, which is nice because we try and keep it within 40. So that's perfect. Now that we've done this, we can readdress the hull shape, which all of a sudden is now fitting nicely. Yeah, even these ones down here. Much better. Let's make this a component a minute. Oh, it is a component, even better. So I'll measure out exactly how many stairs are needed for that, but that's the general idea. Have a curved stairwell either side there. To be honest, we could even have stairs one side and a lift on the other, just for satisfying the requirements for a lift if need be. But the important thing is we have bags of space. What I might do with these quarters actually is offset the door, and then maybe have the bathroom there with the bedroom there, or the sleeping bit there, then have the desk and everything with a window, maybe even a window in the bathroom. Or even better actually, no, have the bed with a window, and next to it the desk with a window, and have a bathroom without a window. Yeah, that would look quite cool. Me likey. Okay, and then we need to make sure we have the stairs underneath be the same, so get rid of that. Copy that down. Yeah, then basically we just need to curve this round to fit the stairwell there. We should have enough clearance on that side to be able to do that. So that also means we can curve off these edges as well, which is nice. And yeah, with these definitely being windows here now, it means we can also have this as a seating area, both sides, which is nice. And it's not going to interfere with foot traffic too much, especially if you have it as a corner seating area, both sides. Because foot traffic's gonna come across like that. Although we do need to move that around there. Which brings us back to this. So essentially, we'll split these up into framework segments. And then each one of these will be built as a solid piece. Okay, so if we were to take that as our frames, that means that the window could be basically a maximum of 160 wide. Probably make that 150. Frame in between each one. Let's just measure that out a sec. So 125. Oops, no, 75 even. Right, so that would be a window. Okay, we'll have to have a half window there, perhaps. So we'd have something like that cutting through the hull there. Obviously that's going to be curved, and we need to make sure that they're the right height for a person to see out of them. Looks about spot on, really. What's that? That's 115. This basically comes down to frame. I mean, we can make bigger windows. Definitely, we could join these ones together. But when we actually start drawing the framework structure, in fact, if I copy this one over, so you get an idea of what that's actually going to look like. So each structural frame is going to be 2 meters apart. So we're having, I guess they call it 2 meter centers in the construction industry. So the actual structural framework is going to look like that. So what we're doing is we're positioning the windows between the structural members. And what we could do is build a frame around the window and join those together. So yes, we can do that if we want to. We'll just see how it looks. If it looks weird with small windows, then yeah, we'll bridge the two framework sections together. This is the joy of building it as if it were real, because we have to start thinking about that sort of thing. And the other thing we have to start thinking about is where we're routing some of the cables and things. So we might actually be able to squeeze in a bit of a maintenance tunnel there, maybe, depending on the windows. Did I miss Arthur leaving? Apologies. Have a good one, Arthur, and happy birthday. Yeah, something we might be able to do is, given the height of a person, we've potentially got room enough to have like a split deck maintenance tunnel going down this edge here. And that would contain all the pipework and plumbing and everything for the RCS thrusters, potentially the weapons. So that's not out of the question, which would be quite cool. You know, being able to kind of scoot down under all the windows and things. I mean, we can actually build that in, and then build the framework around it to make sure we have enough room. Which is the kind of thing you can't do if you're building a canon ship from a TV series. You know, you're stuck with awkward shapes and not being able to fit things in, and you know that is one of the challenges that I love about it. But at the same time, it's nice to be able to have your own ship where, if you need maintenance access, you can just make it so. Yeah, because that can be an extension of this bit at the back. So where we've got this bit here, which is where the fuel tanks were going to go, yeah, we can just extend that all the way forward, which would be very cool. Yeah, because if the window is there, and then the window is there, then yeah, we can have this maintenance tunnel like literally between all the windows. So you could be sat, oops, stuck inside the engine. So you could be sat in a lounge here, and there could literally be an engineer crawling under your chair, which is a bit weird. Definitely smaller, but also definitely tall enough that you can walk in them, because of NPCs, basically. They need to be wide enough that two NPCs can get past one another, and tall enough that the NPC doesn't have to duck, because then we're not having to worry about forcing the NPC to crouch to get through spaces, and then we start running into replication issues because they don't crouch over the network, and it's just much easier if they can walk somewhere. Yeah, definitely, Martin. They don't need to be specifically designated then. It's a shame in a way that we can't connect them directly to engineering, because we've got this this corridor in between. There's really nowhere else we can put that corridor, so we just need to have the external access off of that corridor. Yeah, we can't even get to them from the cargo hold because there's just no way up. Unless... no, that wouldn't work either. Unless... Because if we... Right now, we've got 2 corridors going into the shuttle bay. We've got the upper corridor that comes into the top of the shuttle bay. And then we have the lower corridor, which goes into the shuttle bay properly. Now that's the one I want to keep because you have that direct run to sick bay. So go out there, down there, you're straight in sick bay. So if you've got injured people in shuttles, then you can get them on a flat surface all the way into sick bay without needing lifts or anything. That means if we didn't have this corridor on the outside, then we could make this into an engineering space, basically from here. And then engineering would have direct access down into the side bits. And we could make some of these engineering spaces wider accordingly. Definitely food for thought there. I won't pull the trigger on it yet, but that might be useful to us. Thank you, Wolf to Wolf. That's really kind. Yeah, the issue we have, Martin, is that we've got this corridor splitting these 2 parts. If we didn't have the corridor here, then we could just make all of that engineering space, and it would solve the problem all on its own. Because right now the access down into that is actually from that corridor. So I was going to put a hatch in the corridor here to come down into the engineering space that goes down there, where all the tanks and things would be. But yeah, we could make this an engineering corridor specifically, which would solve that problem. It would also potentially mean that we don't need the main engineering access down on deck 4. That wouldn't have to be the main engineering room there. We could actually have that up on deck 2. Through here somewhere. Yeah, I'll think on that, but I think for now, if we start pulling out some of the hull, get this hull shape done, then we'll have a clearer idea of what we're doing. So we need to pull out the shuttle bay, because we are extending that by 6 meters. For no other reason than to make the stairs be in the middle. Because yay for symmetry. Plus the shuttle bay was a bit small, so gives us a bit more room. There we go. Gives us a much bigger shuttle bay and more room for maneuver. Which means that these bits need to come out to here. I think that needs redrawing, really. Definitely gives us more cargo room underneath as well. Thank you, Lurie. Appreciate it. Yeah, this ship's going to kind of be like if a submarine was turned into like a luxury yacht, this is sort of what you'd end up with. So you're going to have those kind of pokey submarine-y spaces, but also like the luxury yacht area with the big spiral staircase. So it's going to be a mix of both. But I definitely want to continue as I started with the Magellan, where the engineering spaces do not connect to the public spaces. So engineers can go about their business without ever having to go into the habitation areas. And anyone that's wandering around the habitation areas won't see engineers, going about their business. It's not necessarily, critical for this particular ship because it's such a tiny crew. But just as a general design principle, we want to keep all the engineering action separate from the rest of the ship. I suppose you better move that bit there as well, just so we've got an idea of the back end. Might extend this bit back a tiny bit. Having this bit here is kind of messing with it a bit because it's kind of halfway between two frames. So if I move that just 200 that way, it all lines up then. Yeah, and then these guys, I suppose we need the hull as well for this. So the outer hull would need to line up with the midpoint of there, which would be there, I assume. Yeah, there we go. So the straight edge ends where, actually? Did I make a balls up there? That should be there, shouldn't it? Trying to work out where these frame lines run, because I want the engines and everything to be kind of positioned centrally on the flat bit. So if that's there. That's there. $700 to there. And 700 to there. Which means copy that over so I don't get myself all confused. Right, which means the middle is definitely there. Right, so it means all of this. Right, this needs to get lined up with that bit. So now that's flat against there. And I'm tempted actually to move these back a bit. So that would move these to be central within that bit. So they would be in the midpoint there, although we don't really want them between two frames, or do we? Do we care? Just thinking about how this is going to come together once we start adding the frame bits. I think ultimately we do need one additional frame for each one. Well, that would be the full frame section. Which is one frame for every segment. So the idea from the back there is that these pylons that everything's connected to, internally, they line up with the corridor here. If I turn on deck 1, you can see that they line up with the edge of this stairwell, both sides. I'm going to have to rotate them up ever so slightly more, but there will be access points here and here. and then opposing access points down on deck 4 here. Again, they'll need rotating around ever so slightly. So you can see how in the engineering section, where you've got the engineering main engineering stairwell, you've got all these access points going up and down off of the main stairwell. And again, that's a completely isolated stairwell that only engineering can get to, which makes it relatively secure. Yeah, a fireman's pole. So I apologise in advance for how tedious this is. But I need to get an idea of where the edges of everything is, so that I can draw around it to form our first shape. Come on. Yeah. Well, as long as you enjoy the tedium, that's the main thing. Annoyingly, it won't lock on to this edge unless you have some additional markers there. Do. Okay, so that's kind of the shape that we'll be getting for the back. Which we might have to override a little bit for the shuttle bay. Or at least just pull it out a little bit for the shuttle bay, because that's getting a bit cramped, I think. I think the curve is nice enough. I like how that curves down, but yeah, we're going to have to probably taper that down more at the back so that we have more vertical space in the shuttle bay, and yeah, we can't protrude the floor too much. Yeah, just get the pilots to weave in and out of it all. Yeah, because the main issue we have there is that obviously the floor level is coming up too much, but I don't think we'll need to pull it out too much. We can certainly have angled ceilings and angled floors in the shuttle bay, just not quite as bad as that. It only really becomes a problem from about there. Otherwise, I quite like the back of that. Exactly. Unavoidable. Need to add the guidelines. Looking even more like Battlestar Galactica now. This definitely puts a whole new meaning to the word tedium, doesn't it? And if you think this is tedious, you should see what I'm doing next. Although I might be able to cheat on the next bit. Nearly done. Some of these are only a tiny, tiny bit off, but they're off enough that once we've got an outer skin, you'll be able to tell, because it'll create a shadow. Exactly. We accept nothing less than perfection. Huzzah. Okay. So there's the basic shape then, which I quite like, to be honest. Ooh, getting achy now. Yeah, so that's not bad at all. This top lump will be smoothed off and rounded because it will have windows going all the way around in a smooth curve, and similar underneath, although I think I might make the one underneath a bit more boxy. And this will become ever smoother once we subdivide it. Right, so I'm going to endeavour to cheat now. Easier way of doing that, isn't there? So if I select all of those, like that, okay, select them all again, and then explode them all, and then do that again. I guess from the front, so we're not getting rid of any lines, and we're still getting rid of some there. You have to do the non-perspective camera for this, I think. Okay, hopefully that didn't select anything on the back. No, it didn't. Great. Okay. Actually, I just thought of an even better way of doing this. If we select everything, then fix it, it'll get rid of all the middle bits. That should give us a clean wireframe. Okay, and then, if we're lucky, Curvy Loft will fill in the gaps for us. Huzzah, that saved some time. Okay. Yeah, it is a bit of a torpedo looking thing, isn't it? I think I would prefer a smoother outer shell there around here, because from the side it's a bit boxy, but I think once we've added some detail with some windows and such, that will probably break that up a little bit. And once we add other hull details like the paneling and everything, hopefully we'll lose some of the boxiness. So I suppose the other consideration now is that when we subdivide this, it's going to be very, very high poly. I'm just wondering whether we can reduce the poly count a bit. So the average poly count there is, the gap between vertices even is about 50 centimeters. So if I guess we don't want to lose detail on the edge. Better. And obviously we'll smooth all that off into a nice cockpit type shape. We hide that bit. And then get rid of all of these little sticky out bits that we needed. Just to clean it all up a bit. Okay. I haven't, Delta, no. Ah, cool. I shall have to googly that later. Okay, so everything pretty much fits. Like even that fits, which is nice. bit of a curvy window deal going on there, but otherwise that's fine. Oh no, these will definitely be rounded off. So once I've finalized the angle that they go at, then they'll be blended into this shape. So that'll be literally just a smooth, organic connection there. It's really good actually that there's very little in the way of bits sticking out. So I think we've pretty much nailed the fitting of everything in. I think the only minor concern, I guess, where the stairwell is this wall. Sideways a minute. This wall here. It's got quite a lot of clearance to the outer hull. So we'll just have to see what we do with that in terms of our maintenance tunnel idea there, and then the window seats and everything. In fact, I think what I'll do now, if we component that up, then we'll chop it in half. So it'll be useful to see only 50% of it. Okay, the nice thing about this is we've got flat geometry on top, which means we can cut ourselves a nice ceiling window really easily. Yeah, definitely. I think what I'll also do is I'll also chop it into sections. Oh, of course, I was like, why is there a gap there? But of course we haven't got the end nose cone bit yet, so that's fine. We shall build that out later. Yeah, so we need cut planes basically all the way along where we have the framework sections. Didn't need to go out over there, but never mind. Right, so copy that to there. Should have cut this into sections. Forgot to do that one. Good night. Have a good one. Just wondering about chopping this in half as well, actually. I'll do that after. I'm going to give all these their own tag so that I don't have to hide them and unhide them individually. I can just click off the layers. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Now I can see exactly what we're doing with these edge bits. To be honest, it would be nice to be able to do that with all the decks, but that's just going to make a million layers. So I think the easier thing to do would be to copy them all across here. I remember 8,000, and I always copy them the same amount. There we go. Right. Gives me a clearer idea of where the edges of stuff need to go. So obviously we have the internal space, which is 50, like that. So that's the actual, the thickness of the outer hull, which fits into there reasonably well. I'm going to take a copy of that as well. So if we were doing straight windows, they'd look like that. Which is not necessarily the end of the world, to be honest. We could do that. I shall import it into Engine at the end of the stream and we can have a look. So 50 centimeter gap there, so if we make that gap 50 there. Come on, there we go. That just gives us some equidistant spacing. Exactly. Yeah, these are the cannon holes. Just have to remove a couple of stray edges there. So it's not going to be terribly pretty to begin with, but this is just to give us an idea of what it could look like. Actually, I shall keep these bits and the bits in there. Because we'll use those for the actual window glass when it comes to it. Obviously, once we do this properly, that will all be nicely like rounded off and smooth and not all higgledy-piggledy like that. But as a general idea, that's kind of what we'd be looking at for windows. And of course we need to make sure we have space there underneath. Yeah, so we'll definitely have to maybe just thicken this bit ever so slightly. I mean, it doesn't need to be any taller than head height, basically, just so you don't have to duck to go in there. But I reckon we can make that fit. And then with this, yeah, if it was just players, then definitely it would be a crawl space. But the problem we have is dealing with NPCs, navigating those spaces. And once you start trying to make NPCs crawl on command, then life gets difficult. Not impossible, obviously, but it's an extra bit of work that we could potentially avoid. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so you'd enter through here. And this is kind of the view you'd be presented with. I think those windows could definitely do with being taller. We could easily get away with more height on those. I mean, your average typical human is about there, so yeah, to be honest, they need to be taller than that. So we're 75 centimeters off the ground. Yeah, so I reckon they need to be at least up there. But yeah, on the whole, not bad. And then we can have some seating and stuff around here. Then we can, yeah, depending on where, because if we come down there, make that into a wall, and we can maybe just stretch this bit out a bit more, so it comes out there. We shall see. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. Like that episode of Star Trek where they're all stuck in the floors. Okay. Right, so let's piece all this back together a minute, and then we'll stick it in engine again and have a look. Let's make sure we've got door holes. No, we don't, do we? Let's fix that. So we've quite dramatically changed the layout since our last engine test. It's like the cardinal rule, thou shalt not break symmetry. Just adding some floor plates there, because I noticed last time we tested it, I fell through the floor a lot, so let's just button that up. There's only 2 types of doors, so that should be all of them. Rid of that stairwell for now. Actually, this bit needs a floor, doesn't it? So we'll give that one a floor. Difficult one. I think. I mean, the original idea is that we were going to have some airlocks maybe here, where there's space for them. But that really depends on the requirements we have for the engineering access. I mean, it might be the case that we have to run some of those cables and things just under the wall here and have them accessible from within the stairwell. If that's the case, we can put an airlock on the side there. But for this particular ship, given that it's very much not a flat surface, we'd need some kind of like mag boots or something like that. And for that, we need the character to be able to walk upside down on the hull, which is one of the requirements we have for the future. I think I'm going to just mirror this one a minute, just so that we can... Actually, no, I can't because of that. No, ignore me. I won't mirror that for the minute. I forgot those were the same group, of course, so let's mess that up a bit, but never mind. Okay. Just make sure all the doors are where we need them. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, and yes. All good through there. Oh, there's a bit at the back there that needs fixing. So because of our segments, like this bit here is a segment, but this bit's part of that. So I need to kind of break that bit in between. And the same on this side. Right, I'm going to get rid of that bit, put onto there, which means this is now its own isolated piece. When it comes to the engineering section there, we're going to have a mid-rift join because it kind of straddles two sections, which is kind of unavoidable, really. But yeah, on this bit, we don't need those bulkheads. In fact, don't even need that, do we? We can just extend that over to there. And the same here, just extend that to there. Get rid of this door because it shouldn't be there. And the same on that side. And then we'll copy this door frame here. Yeah, we definitely want a lot in the way of exposed framework, wherever we can. Right, that's better. So we've got a weird line. Why is that there? Don't need them anymore. Right, so where our separation lines run here, so we've got basically everywhere there's a segment, we've got a bulkhead. That's generally how we're doing it. So we don't need bulkheads here because we're putting them here. And this is where the framework blocks get welded together. So all of this would be one solid piece, and then the weld line goes there, and then we put the bulkheads where the weld line is. And that remains true all the way throughout the ship. Bulkheads covering up weld lines. And that gives us our segmented layout. Okay. So we get rid of that and him. That's fine on that deck. Sure, we've got everything here. We can get rid of a bunch of this now. Yeah, so I guess we need to just create some entrances for sick bay. Then we'll stick them at the midpoint on both sides. Yeah, it's definitely coming up to me calling it a nighttime. I've like I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been recording videos for the past 2 days, and my throat is burning. I've definitely reached the limits of how much speaking I can do. But I will get this in engine before I go, just so we can have a look at it. Could have sworn I'd copied that. Good night, great. Have a good one. Right. So there's our 2 sickbay rooms, and a bulkhead, and a couple of corridors, and a stairwell, and oh yeah, This needs moving, doesn't it? It's going to be nice and awkward. Ooh, lucky. Only just fits the curve. Interesting point, Delta. I guess so. But that said, we don't necessarily need the central corridor to be the access point to this. We can actually have doors here. So that is a possibility. You can see where the outer hull runs here. So there's plenty of room for a door if we choose to have a door there. Oops, kicked my cat. Sorry, cat. But yeah, because what I intend to do with the entranceways, and the same on the Magellan actually. So on C deck on the Magellan, you've basically got like a central ring that all the science labs come off of. And I want to kind of indent the entrances and kind of tart them up a bit and make them look pretty. And I'll do the same on here. So rather than just having a flat wall with a door, we'll have some, maybe like a little alcove or something, and really kind of make it look like it's themed for a medical facility. It's not just going to be a plain old door. A bit like how we've done the VIP quarters on B deck on the Magellan, where you've got that little entrance alcove with the planter with the flowers and everything, just to make it more of a feature. Yeah, I agree, Ethan. I think being able to nip from one side to the other makes more sense than coming out through there and back in again. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason why you can't lock it down if need be, because there is another stairwell here. So, like, if you needed to get to these rooms or these crew quarters, you can go up and over and back down the other side. So you could lock all of this down in a medical emergency without blocking access to anywhere else in the ship. It'll be inconvenient to have to walk above it and down the other stairs, but, you know, in an emergency, what can you do? Just realised there's some doors in the wrong place there, so I need to copy these ones. Fixes that. Yeah, so these crew facility rooms at the front here, yeah, they do open out onto the stairs, but if we have it so that the way up is there, then they'd be coming out under them. And we can always move the entrance over a bit if need be. Yeah, so you'd have the up bit here, and then I guess it would be kind of going up. I suppose it's going to be half height, isn't it? So you do raise a good point. I move that to 15 there. What with the frame spacing and all, that's probably the furthest over they can go, but I don't think we'll need this much room for the stairs, so they might only come as far as here anyway. But yeah, good point. It would. The other thing we can do is we could actually have diagonal doors, which is also a possibility. There are a few ways around that, to be honest. Yeah, because we could have like a wedge here with the entranceways in, because that does look a bit awkward. So the idea with these two rooms, one of them was going to be dedicated to 3D printers for domestic use, and the other one was going to be basically just a laundrette. So yeah, we can probably cut down on some of that, or even have even more things there. And while I remember, we do actually need to cut out the hole in the stairs here. Which I neglected to do last time. All door holes for that matter. Yeah, because what we didn't get a chance to truly appreciate last time round was the engineering spaces itself, because we didn't have doors in. We couldn't actually get through to it, so let's fix that. So we've got doors there. We need doors here. Yeah, so these tanks need to be narrower and longer. 0.75. Making sure there's a meter between them so that we can squeeze down there. Then maybe 200 from the wall. Same this side as well. 200 from the wall. Worry about all the pipe connections afterwards. We could certainly have a look at that delta and see how it looks. You'll have to send me a picture of what you mean. I think I know what you mean, but send me a picture anyway, just so I can be sure. Yeah, so what I might do with these tanks is actually drop them down so that you're almost walking above them, because we'll have that lump underneath with the hardware for fuel scooping, and this is where all the scooped fuel gets stored, so that can probably change a fair bit. Get rid of those. And in there as well. Oh, I've missed out doors all over the place. I think I might actually maybe split this into two separate labs, depending on how space goes. So, sciencey stuff, that would be the engineering control room, that's the cryo room, then we've got stairs going up, also stairs through the floor. That takes us into this room, which will have the reactor, and then we have the room above, which does not have any form of gantry. We'll need one. And then yeah, we've got this. It's one engineering room at the back, which is currently unaccounted for. So I'll see what we're doing with that. Thank you. Oh, I see. So this is what Delta was sending over. Kind of more of an arched door rather than just flat squares. Yeah, that could be good. And because the doors themselves can still be rectangles and just slide into an arched cavity. But yeah, that works well. To see how it fits once we start putting it all together. I think we have to make this one unique for this. So of course what we don't have here is access into the hydroponics. So I'm just thinking, because we don't need it from there. In fact, these shouldn't even be doors. Because that's the top. Yeah, it's the top, so we don't need any more stairs there. Obviously, we'll have the pylons coming on this level. So I'm thinking swap these round. Yeah, because what we can do is the idea behind this room was for it to be like organic 3D printers and general food stores. But if that is the hydroponics anyway, then to be honest, they're kind of on a similar level. We don't want to have to walk through a storeroom to get to the hydroponics, but it's less of, it feels less wrong to walk through hydroponics to get to a storeroom, if that makes sense. Oh, those were good, AJ. Yeah, I like the way they had the lights under them. Oh, good idea, Eaton. Yeah, because we were lacking a room for life support and such. So yeah, that would be a good place for it. So many doors. So we want one there. One there. Another one there. Okay, so we got bar slash mess there, got the hydroponics there, and general food stores and 3D printers there, which kind of works. We can have a couple of organic 3D printers here as well, just to support the kitchen activity. Or I won't do it now, but if we're putting the 3D printers here for like a galley kitchen, then we don't actually need we don't need the 3D printers here, so that just can be a storeroom. But if that's only a storeroom, then we can move hydroponics back to where it was, have the storeroom only be that big, have hydroponics take up its full space, and have a little side corridor running past it. It makes a lot more sense actually, because the storeroom then doesn't need to be that big. It can just sit there like that. Yeah, I like that. And you're not having to walk through hydroponics to get to a storeroom, keeping it reserved for whoever's supposed to be in there. Right, room, door, stairwell, doors, room, door. Stairs with a hole and door. Okay. So that's deck one as it should be. Got some stairs that need moving here. So they can go there. Sure these are the right width. Okay, so we've got plenty of room in the shuttle bay now. More than enough room for a cargo lift there, which takes us down into the what's it, room? Doors, all got door holes. Stairs come later. More door holes and bridge. Nice. Doors. Yeah, so that's the lower floor of the engineering room. Okay. They've got doors. As do they. And we have room enough past there, stairwells there. Right, so which means, right, yeah, we don't have any doors into the cargo hold. So that needs to be unique. And it should not have floor hole. This doesn't really need 2 entrances, to be honest, but we'll do 2 for now. We'll probably just have the 1 entrance under the stairs. Copy these over. Right, so that's access into the cargo hold. Oh, have a good one, Delta. Yeah, Jack, on the Magellan, definitely. But not on this ship, because we have a very small crew on this ship, 14 at most. And they're fairly thinly spread. I think, well, take that stairs and put that on this level. And just make sure that we're actually in line. Yeah, I'm not going to be on much longer. What are we on? Oh, it's 4 hours anyway. So, yes. My poor ailing voice. Just wanted to get these last little bits done, so that we can pop it in engine, have a very quick look at it, and then I shall call it a night. Right, so there's entrance down into the cargo hold, done. Everything that needs a door has a door. And the only other thing I had to do is we needed sort this room out. It should be unique because we've got a couple of doors there that shouldn't be there. And we could do with a couple of gantries across here. Some of this is going to look weird in engine because these are single-faced meshes. They're not thick like the walls are. They're double-skinned, but the floors aren't. So when you look up, you'll see through them. But we've got a couple of gantries there, and if I turn on the engineering stuff, you can see the reactor there in the middle. So you'll need to get either side of it to like do maintenance and such. Oh yeah, I forgot we were using this room for the batteries. Which don't need to be this big. Yeah, we'll probably have one battery bank per deck. Just adding that there for my own sanity's sake, just so I can see where those pylons need to connect through to. Do the same down the bottom. Okay, should have sorted out all the engineering holes. Okay, that should be everything. Hopefully nothing has been missed. Stairs look good. Right then, let's get exporting. So if we turn everything on. Apart from that. Whatever that is. So we select everything, deselect that, deselect them, and then we export this as our full test. Thanks, Verstus. Yeah, we definitely seem to be getting somewhere, don't we? I mean, it's starting to look a little bit like a starship, which is nice. Right, so all we need to do now is load up the engine. It's still there, as you will see in a moment. So for anyone that's not been keeping up with this, this ship is going to be our first DLC ship. Not DLC as in complete story campaign, but DLC as in a purchasable ship. Yeah, we're working on them in parallel. So this particular ship, I'm only working on it on stream. So when I'm not streaming, I'm not touching it. Otherwise Claire will slap me. So it is a stream-only vessel at the moment. It's getting there. If you check out the demo on Steam, you'll be able to see exactly how far we've got with it. Right. I think for the sake of making life easier to see everything, I'm just going to apply the same material to all of this stuff, which is actually a two-sided material, so it means it will solve the old things being invisible from one side problem. Does mean the inside of the ship's going to be very shiny, but hopefully it won't be too garish. Oh, did I export the thing in the middle? I did. Hang on. Something I need to turn off on here. Right, so we select everything, turn off that, and turn off them. That should be the correct stuff. Should have removed the stupid thing in the middle. Yeah, okay, it's gone now. Right, yeah, and we can see both up and down now, so that's good. And we have rooms. Forgot he was stuck in the floor. Yeah, these windows definitely need to be taller. Right. Yeah, so here's the Magellan class in all her glory. Still sat there, quite happy. If we now bring in t'other one. You can see that they are, in fact, very different in scale. The Caravella is a weeny little ship in comparison, despite the fact that it's, 14 crew and reasonably big to walk around. It just kind of shows you how big the Magellan actually is. It's huge. And as always, the will it fit test. Like a glove. So if we load up the Caravella map, leave that one where it is. Thank you, Fristus. It is a scout class, so too fast. So it's not It's not exploring in the same way that the Magellan does. It's out there to exploit the galaxy because it's a corporation ship basically. So yes, its mission profile is basically the same, just with less of the nicey nice. Let me turn down that light a minute. That's like madness. Like it. It's a private corporation, so the law is the Lunara Corporation, Lunara Industries, were working as a contractor on the Magellan class. So a lot of the kind of luxury interior on the Magellan class is because of Lunara Industries being involved. But through corporate espionage, they got a lot of the schematics for the FTL drive and decided to build their own ship at the same time, using the Magellan's technology so that they could get out there with their own exploration ship and exploit the galaxy for their own purposes, i.e. find alien tech and then use it to build better ships. So that's what this ship is all about. It's about basically finding stuff that can be exploited by the corporation. So it's smaller, it's quicker, it's just like this little zippy scout ship. Yeah, this stairwell will be more than big enough. Yeah, a floor would have been useful there. Oh, how I love to be stuck behind walls. Yeah, so this will work nicely. I was debating having the reactor room on a single level, but I think it needs to be two. We definitely need this gantry alongside to support the upper hardware when we're doing repairs and maintenance. So yeah, so we're definitely going to have a 2-floor reactor room. And then, yeah, you can see here, oh, another missing floor. This would be the access down into the pylons. Which is what that is up there. So that's where they'll come in. This is the batteries. Yeah, so the only thing up here then is the battery room and the pylons. Now on this level we've got the upper level of the reactor room, and on this level this should be, yeah, the lower floor of the reactor room, and then down here should be the engineering control room, if we can get across. Oh, made it. Yeah, so this is the engineering control room here. This is all the fuel and everything for the reactor, which takes us out into the main area. This is the 2 science labs underneath. So we're on deck 4 at the moment. So we've got the 2 science labs and all the engineering gubbins through there. So up to deck 3, we've got a couple of crew quarters which for some reason don't have doors. We've got shuttle bay at the back. Got the lower, I guess, little feature break area. And we've got the captain, actually no, this is the sick bay, so we've got sick bay one side and the other with a central corridor. We've got 2 additional crew quarters here and here. Then we have the stairwell, which I'm going to be careful not to fall down anything. And another missing floor. And our utility rooms. Yeah, we have 4 tanks on the Magellan because of the way we're using it, but we might not actually need it for this one, but we shall see. So deck 2, we have a whole load of crew quarters, stairs, captain's quarters and XO quarters, which have windows all down one side. Then we step down into what will be the cockpit. Obviously it will be wider than this and curved. Then finally we go up to deck 1, where we have the mess hall and lounge, which I think we will definitely be able to fit in here nicely. And then on the other side we have the hydroponics and just a storeroom at the back. So that's it, that's pretty much the entire ship. It shouldn't take an awful long time to get all this fleshed out, but we shall see how far we get with it on stream. Actually, that outer hull shape at the back there isn't penetrating too much, so I don't think we're going to have to make a lot of adjustments there. So that should be alright. Then we have our amazing shuttles. And then stairs down into the cargo hold. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun little vessel, this one. It's nice, you're going to be able to do pretty much the same mission profile as the Magellan, just in a much, much smaller, more intimate ship, where you don't need a massive crew. You're welcome, Airites. Very much enjoyable. Those were the shuttles, Barry. The people boxes. Yes, so there we have the Caravella class as it currently stands. She's definitely starting to look like a starship. Just needs all the rough edges sanding off now and everything being built properly. But yeah, we're definitely getting there. Okay. Oh. Well, I'm going to go and rest my voice now. And then hopefully tomorrow I'll get the last little bits of the video done. And then we can put that out, which would be nice. So thank you once again, everyone. Thank you for sticking with it through this sometimes tedious stream. It amazes me that you guys enjoy watching it, but I'm glad you do. Right, have a great rest of the week, and I shall see you on Sunday's stream. Bye for now.